so you know what's happening. I mean, we're just so blessed now that we have the FIL studio, so you can get caught up on everything that's happening. So last week was in Whistler, this week in Park City, both speed tracks, very fast, but after Christmas, we're headed to Europe. We asked some of the athletes, how do they feel about it? Because there's a lot of races happening for the second half, and we got mixed reviews. Here's what they said about it. How do you feel about second half, all the races being in Europe?
Yeah, for us from Europe, it's easier because we know every track, and so we stay a little bit near home.
I don't know how to feel. I mean, I'm upset about Norway. It's one of my favorite tracks, so it's a bummer that's not on the schedule anymore. But I mean, looking forward to 2 weeks in Sigulda, and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
You know, we kind of do that every year, so it's another run-of-the-mill day, honestly.
They're definitely tracks we have more experience on and we're more confident on, so I'm really excited. But also they're tracks with more home track athletes, so we'll see how it goes.
I'm very excited for it because I know all the tracks and I think I can have some good results there.
It's definitely a little bit of added pressure. We don't have as much training in Europe for sure, and we're going into World Championships only 2 weeks into the Europe second half this year, but it's exciting. It's a good challenge, so I think as a whole, like, Team Canada had some good preseason training and we're ready to attack it.
Cool. Going into second half, all the races will be in Europe. How are you feeling about that?
Normal. That's how it always is. I'm just really happy that my family gets to see at least one.
Of course, it's very special to slide at home, but it was so good to be here again after 6 years.
I'm not excited to go to Sigulda, but I have to the first 2 weeks, and if this is over, then everything can be good. So I'm excited for World Champs in Oberhof, and then we will see.
It was excited to be back in America and Canada, and now it's also nice to go back to Europe, Sigulda, Altenburg, also the World Championships in Oberhof, because it's like my second home there.
Yeah, that are tracks that I'm more comfortable with. So I'm really happy to join the Sigulda tracks and the German tracks. So yeah, will be better chances for us to get on a podium.
These 2 weeks were really exhausting, so I'm really looking forward to the Christmas break and also to the tracks because we are more comfortable on these tracks, we know them, and yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it would be less stressful because in America there are new tracks for us, so in Europe we know the tracks already, so hopefully it would be less stressful.
European Championship is in my home track.
In Sigulda?
Yeah.
Are you excited to race in Sigulda?
Of course, I love this track.
Super excited to be back on some regular tracks that everyone knows. You know, some smooth ice, some transitions that we're all familiar with, and that's where Luge is from, really. So can't wait to take it back there.
Yeah, of course, but I also like to be in the American or Canadian tracks. I like it here also. And yeah, in Europe we have the family, friends maybe coming also to Germany. So yeah, it's something different, but I also like to be in Europe again. Yeah.
Yes, it's nice that you're like sometimes at home and can sleep at home. So, and we know that the tracks there are better, so we have a little bit more of an advantage, and I can lay down a little bit more. But I also love it here, and I think it is cool if we go back to America next year too.
Yeah, I mean, it's standard for us. It's just, we're always in Europe, so it's just something I grew up with, and I'm used to it. It would be nice to have America in second half. It's just to kind of have a break, but we're used to it.
Second half of the season is in Europe. Are you excited? How do you feel about European tracks?
Europe, I think America is better.
So obviously it's no wonder that the Europeans love to race at home because that home track advantage is major. So think about this, each race week there's probably about 6 runs that they get to take to prepare for the World Cup, but in preseason and postseason you can take about 5 to 6 runs a day. So racing on your home track is a major advantage. But one thing with Luge is that it takes so many factors in order to be successful down the track. Again, Julian von Schleinitz is going to break down what it takes to win a race for us.
To achieve the fastest run time in Luge, 2 things are important. You have to start as fast as possible, meaning to accelerate the sled, and then on the drive down the track, the losses have to be minimized. And losses are due to ice friction, which can be minimized when you have no drifts on the track and have the perfect driving line. And the other kind of loss is aerodynamics. And everybody who has stuck the hand out of a window of a driving car knows the power that aerodynamics has at a speed of 120 or even 150 kph. And we are standing here Above the fastest area of the track, on this track here, speeds up to 120 kph are achieved, so the aerodynamic loss has a tremendous amount on the overall performance. And to optimize this, the Luge athletes do a lot of things. For example, they go into the wind tunnel, for example in Munich at BMW, to optimize their luge suits and also the position on the sled. Especially the head position is a very important factor, because when you take back the head, you have a better aerodynamic profile, but then you do not see where you are going. And when you lift the head, you see where you're going, but you're not as fast. So you have to find the fine balance here between being fast and knowing where you have to go.
Hello, my name's Chris Master. Welcome to the 2002 Winter Olympic track here in Park City, Utah, surrounded by some of the most iconic ski resorts in the entire world. This track, depending on your discipline, is going to offer totally different challenges. For the men, the top 5 curves are arguably the most technical in the world. So if you don't play it safe, you're going to have some really big issues out of curve 2. For the women in doubles, this track is open, it's a highway, and it's forgiving. So you've got to take some risk. You've got to put your sled on edge and you've got to go for it. So, depending on which race you're going to see, it's a different strategy, but it's exciting every single time. We've talked to several athletes about their feeling on the track.
This is my home track, so I'm just, super stoked to be sliding on some home ice with my track crew and my family around. I'm just so excited to race at home.
I adore this track. I trained here a few years ago. I love its character so much, so I'm really happy to be back here.
We've been here with the juniors and we went from bob start, so men's start is a big challenge for me.
It feels great to be back in Park City. We love sliding in the US, having, kind of being at home even though we're far away. And the track right now is really fast, it's really fun, so it feels good.
Everyone is happy to be back here again, and everyone likes the track from our athletes. He feels good here to can be back on this track, and it's nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's always nice to be back in Park City. I have good memories about this track, and it's my favorite track in the world.
I'm really excited. It's been a long time since I've been here, and a little bit of cold weather and hard ice to get the week started, and I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It feels amazing. I've never gotten to race a World Cup here, and it's a shame because we get training here all the time, so it's really exciting.
I'm so happy. It's so much fun for sliding here, and yeah, I'm looking for the competitions on the weekend.
It's always great to be back in Park City. It's sort of a home track. We don't get a ton of training here as compared to Lake Placid, but it's just nice to be in America and eat the American food and just be in a comfortable place.
Yeah, it's really nice to be back after 8 years. The last time it was with the juniors, and now the ice is pretty good. I thought it would be rougher, but it's very okay.
It's super much fun, this track, and it's also not super hard to come in the finish, but I believe to be fast here, it's a real big deal.
It feels like really great. The track is really smooth, and I like it to slide here.
I love it.
I think it's a really cool track, and I'm excited to be here.
It's really interesting. It's a completely different track. The curves are open, and it feels completely different than the other tracks.
It's really cool. Track is very different from other tracks, so I'm still having a little bit of a hard time to figure it out, but I mean that's the excitement of Luge.
I like the track. I was here last time 2018 with the juniors, and I have good memories here, and I also like the view and the mooses around the track. It's very nice here.
It's got a different flow to it than Whistler, and it's a challenge to get the sled pointed in the right direction most of the time.
The mix between technical parts and top speed, high speed at the down part there, and that's what I like, and so I'm really glad to be back again.
Oh, I love it here. The biggest problem is that just every 4 to 5 years we're coming back here because I would love to come here every year, maybe twice.
Okay, Thomas Stoy making me laugh. It's funny. He said Thomas Stew. That's just because the announcers here in America pronounce it Stew when actually it's pronounced Stoy. So I just appreciate his humor. And also it's kind of rare to have a European that wants to slide in North America because they just don't get as many training runs here. And as Mazur talked about, this track can be complicated. There's so many pieces to it that these athletes have to figure out. So with Luge, it's kind of interesting. The older you are, the more experience you have, the better you are. And one of the athletes on tour that is one of the most veteran is Raluca Stramaturaro. She is our Athlete of the Week. It's one of our new series that we're rolling out with our FIL studio. So here's a closer look at Raluca and her career and everything about her.
Hello, I'm Raluca Stramaturaro, and I'm doing luge, single and double for Team Romania.
Welcome everyone to our FIL studio. We are doing our Athlete of the Week, our first one of the season. So thank you for joining us, everyone. This is Raluca Stramaturaro, four-time Olympian. I believe you're the veteran now of the sport. 37 years old, is that correct? How does it feel to be one of the oldest in the field? Is it strange? Is it kind of nice because you know the track so well?
I'm not thinking that I'm older, you know. I'm just thinking that I'm more experienced than the rest. But yes, it's okay to know more of the tracks than the rest, and it's okay to see like new faces and the athletes that are coming, so it's not so bad.
I think it's like a big advantage to have so much experience, because luge I feel like is like a fine wine. You get better as you get older. Do you agree, or do you think am I in the wrong?
No, I'm agree with you, but I think in luge also you need, even if you have the experience, the equipment is like doing most of the things. So yeah, it's good to have experience because you know the track and everything, but it's good to have the nice material too.
I'm sure that's a whole separate conversation that we could dive into for probably more time than people would be interested. But so really quick, the question I always get with luge is how in the world do people get into this thing? So what's your story? How did you get involved in Romania?
Yeah, for me it was not the first choice. For the beginning, I was just playing on a soccer ground, and the coach was seeing me there, and he was just asking if I want to do luge, you know, but I didn't understand the word, and I was just saying, if I'm not doing school, okay, I can do this. Yeah. So I just say yes, and after I was seeing the track and everything, I was like, oh, I will not want to do this. But I think he just saw something in me after the first run that I have. And he was like, no, you need to do this. So I just stuck with this.
I mean, considering the career you've had, your best finish at the Olympics, 7th, can we just talk about that for a second? That was such a big deal. And I remember messaging you. I wasn't involved with the sport at the time, and I was watching, and I was just so excited and happy for you. It was such a big deal. So going into Pyeongchang, were you training differently, or did you feel that Pyeongchang just had a different energy to it? Or tell us what it was to get prepped for that.
Yeah, I think that all the things were together for the Pyeongchang. You know, the materials, in the shape that I was, you know, feeling good. I was enjoying sliding. Was like the best time of my life, and having the good runs there, you know, was making a lot of difference. And my mindset was just to relax and have the best time of my life. So I just have it.
And did you think it would go that well?
No.
Not at all.
No, I was just hoping for a 10th place, but was like, you know, if someone will do something or we have all the stars there. But no, I was not thinking about that.
Coming back to your home country, what was it like? Were you a superstar? Like you should have been.
Yeah, it was a little bit different for me because I was not used to have that much attention. But I was happy that the people were talking about the luge, because they were, at the beginning, they were just asking, what's that? Just, you know, try to explain, you know, bob like on the track. But now they know. So it's like, it's big for us.
So now we just competed in Beijing, and now you've jumped into a completely new discipline. Luge is difficult enough. So what was the thought process going into women's doubles and making that happen?
Yeah, I just wanted to try something different because, you know, in single is like I'm doing this for like more than 2 decades. So I was just thinking I need to try something new. And when the opportunity with the doubles came, I was just thinking, yeah, just let's try it.
We're excited to see how well this all goes. And again, just to do doubles and singles is such a big deal, so much time at the track. So anyways, we're just happy that you're a part of the Luge family and you've done so well. But really quick, I need you to teach me some Romanian really quick. What are some top words I need to know?
Okay, so I will just teach you thank you. It's mulțumesc.
That's a long thank you. Okay, wait, say it one more time.
Mulțumesc.
Mulțumesc. Is that fine?
Perfect.
So people will think I'm a local?
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I can trick them? Okay.
Yeah.
Mulțumesc to everyone. Oh, is there anything you want to say to any Romanian fans watching? You can say it in Romanian.
Yeah, I will just say mulțumesc like you. It's thank you for watching us and thank you for all your support. And I hope you enjoy all the things that we are doing.
Amazing. Well, we'll watch out for you for this weekend, doubles and singles. So you're going to have a lot of runs down this Park City track. But everybody, thank you for joining us with our Athlete of the Week. Luge. If you don't know her, come up and meet her. She's so great. And she's just one of the most veteran in the sport. So she has all the experience. So if you need any luge speed secrets, they should come to you.
Yeah, for sure.
We mentioned it in her interview, is just the amount of experience that she has. So yesterday with the men's race, we saw Josef Ninnis. He was in first place from Slovakia, first place after the first run. And he's kind of in the same genre as Raluca, just an insane amount of experience. So I feel like today could be interesting. I think the energy could be right for Raluca to do really well because she just has so much experience on all these tracks. So obviously, we're coming up on the women's race. It's exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. And later on, we're going to have our sprint. But with the women this year, it's been a lot of tight racing. And it's a big deal to be on an American home track because sometimes when these athletes are over in Europe, it's just a different ball game. And so it's going to be some interesting racing today. And a lot of these women we saw yesterday in the doubles competition. So they're on overtime in terms of runs. But someone to talk a little bit about it more than me, Tim Singer, Ludwig Reeder, are you there in the commentary? What are you guys feeling going into the women's race today? And share all your thoughts, please.
Of course we'll share our thoughts, Kate. Tim Singer along with Ludwig Reeder, two-time Olympian from Team Italia. And Ludwig, yeah, let's talk about that. Yesterday's racing first, the men's race especially, that was a crazy race, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a crazy race because ABC is really special here in Salt Lake, and it's always funny and special to look.
And doubles. The two doubles races were somewhat surprising with those results. I got to give some props to your teammate, Andrea and Marian. They have been incredible for Italy, keeping up that doubles tradition.
Yeah, the time from them was really, really great, and we all are happy for.
All right, we turn our attention just a few minutes away now from the start of the women's competition. And JT, if we have some live shots at the start of the athletes getting ready, what I want to ask you, Ludwig, is what exactly is going on? What do the athletes work on in the minutes before the race, and the coaches?
Yeah, the coaches prepare the sleds. They take temperature, because if the temperature is too high, then you were disqualified. And the athletes think only about the run. They concentrate on themselves. It's much mental things, more in the last minutes.
So it's I know I hear the term visualization or imagery. You really do close your eyes and you take yourself down the track, right?
Yeah, I think every athlete can do it in the head within 1 second of the real time.
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. It's a gorgeous day, as we can see by these pictures. Do you have any predictions? Anyone you think might be the ones to beat in today's women's race?
Yeah, for sure, Madeleine Egle.
She's been amazing.
She won the last 3 races, and I think she has a good speed, and for sure the German want to catch them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're about 5 minutes away, so we'll throw it out to Kate. So the situation today is we've got the sprint competition coming up a little later on, but just in a few minutes, it's the start of the women singles competition. 2 runs to determine the winner of World Cup number 3. Kate, back to you to wrap up our studio show.
Emily Sweeney, it's going to be interesting. The Germans are just fast everywhere. So again, we'll be hearing a lot more of these comments with Tim and Ludwig. They'll give us the full details of everything that's going on. But before we jump into this race, I feel like it's time to cover a subject that is rarely covered within Luge. I get asked all the time by people watching races, what is that and what is going on? And that is this box right here. I want to say this, it's this gray box, right? So I just need to talk about it because it's a major part of the sport that there's not enough time to really talk about it on races. So this is the control box. This is either an athlete's worst enemy or best friend. So what happens is when an athlete comes off the track, the first thing they hit is that black button. They're either going to get a green light, which means you're good to go, continue on with your day. You're going to get a red light, or you'll get a red and a blue light. So when you get a red light, that means that you are controlled. What controlled means is that you have to go into this lovely building that you can't see, but you have to get your sled weighed, you have to get your body weight weighed, they have to take off all of their gear. They're standing there in their underwear on a scale in front of the judges to make sure that their body weight is correct. So what happens is during the week of training, you come in and get weighed previously because they're trying to make it that you don't hide weights in your suit or in your sled, and there's a standardized weight that your sled is allowed to be. And so it's a bunch of calculations going on. So this box right here, make sure that you aren't cheating. So it's interesting because sometimes when people get disqualified, it's for reasons that maybe they had too big of a breakfast that morning and they weighed 0.1 over what they were supposed to weigh, or maybe, and there's other ways to get disqualified, but in terms of the athlete and the sled, this is what they are most worried about. Now when they get a red and a blue, that's like one of the hardest ones to get, because that means they do a sled control where they will take your sled apart and they will check, is there any rubber in places that shouldn't be there? So is the suspension correct? And this is where technology and sled technology will come into it, because every country is doing something different. So they usually have one blue light, I believe, and you can fact check me, one blue light for every race, and then you'll get a few red lights, and it's all random. So talk about, it's the worst moment when you have a bad run and you come up and you hit that thing and you get a red light, and it's just an insult to injury, and you have to go in, take everything off, get your sled checked, and then head back up to the top of the hill. So anyways, for anyone that's watching, now you know, the FIL Studio Show told you what you needed to know. That's what they're hitting, and this only happens after the first run, so everyone watch out and watch for the reactions. When people get a red light, just watch for the reaction of the athlete, because it is an annoying process, but necessary to keep the sport clean and fair. But we got to go on to the race now, because I think they're getting ready. The forerunners are about to go down. So everyone tune over to the other channel on our FIL channel on YouTube, and we'll get to women's racing. It's going to be a lot of fun. So watch out for these women, because it's going to be tight today. Thanks, guys. Everyone, we're back with our FIL studio. It is between runs with the women's competition. The first run, that's close. The top 3 places, I believe, I want to see times, but I believe we're within less than a tenth with those podium spots, so we're excited for second run. But we have a special guest with us today, Otto Strenga. He is with the FIL and
jury member. This time I am jury member here.
He's a jury member. We're going to talk about, I would love to know jury members exactly what do you guys do for every race?
We have a Bible. I say we have a Bible. It's Iro. It's Bible, and we always look when all race go in the same about these rules. And when somebody not happy from teams, they write somebody a protest sometimes. And jury all it's approve it or reject its protests.
Okay, I'm taking a look at this.
Yeah.
We need to show the camera what's going on in here because there's a lot of diagrams. I don't know if you can get that shot, but a lot of rules and diagrams. So do you have this memorized, this book?
No, not everything, because we have always this with me. Yeah, I always hold with me. And
okay, so you don't have to, because that's a lot of homework to learn.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how does it work? Do people come to you and say, "Oh, I have a problem," or like what's a day of work for you on a race day?
It's a recommend here. They must when race are over, it's 10 minutes time teams have, and they must write a protest. And after the jury members come together and look this protest and look this rule book, and after we make a decision what we do with this protest.
How often do you get protests?
How
often? So do you get a protest per race or?
Mostly for race. Sometimes when it's weather condition not good and make a sweeping and not sweeping, or sometimes something happening on the start or making for different situations. Different situations. Somebody's when they have a dislocation after this technical control. Somebody's not like they say, oh, we must check more, and it's normal job.
Okay.
Because coaches must help teams and for athletes, and they write a protest, and it's our job.
Is there a country that protests the most? If you don't have to answer, but I'm curious.
No, it's the last 2 years I not remember protests.
Okay, that's a good answer.
It's a good news.
Yeah, that's a fair. He doesn't know which
because
country.
We have a very good teams, and they are like Bible, and everything is fine.
So how did you come to this job? Where were you before you came to FIL?
I am a long time before was a track and field sportsman, and after I go for a conditional coach as a Latvian Luge team, and after I stay a president for Latvian Federation. I was 22 years a president. This year I leave my position, but long time it was.
Wow. So it's just recently you went from president to FIL.
Yeah. No, I am a jury member and sport commission. I'm a member of the FIL sport commission, and it's the reason why I'm here.
So if anyone needs help in getting through all the rules of Luge, you're the guy. You can't be paid off though, right?
No.
Are you okay? No. We can talk about, I'm kidding. Okay. There's so many pieces to Luge that people, there's so many parts that people don't see on TV. So it's important to know who's able to run the races and make everything happen. So I feel like your job and and we could interview people honestly all day. There's so many just factors to putting a race together and a jury member. Really quick, how many members are on the jury?
3 members. Jury president and 2 members.
Okay, cool. And so will we see you after for second half at those races?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. This is Otto Strenga. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, any questions you need, he has the Bible right in his jacket.
Everybody ask me when somebody wants to know.
Do you carry this with you on normal days too?
No, no, it's not.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Again, we talk about people behind the scenes that make this sport happen. And it's the same here in Utah. It's a winter sports capital of the country. So here's a little bit on how they make that all happen and why there's so many Olympians that come out of Utah.
of what our legacy is all about. Utah's Olympic venues train 2/3 of the U.S. Olympians in all winter sport. But we also take pride in the fact that these Olympic venues are community recreation centers.
This is in a day and age when youth and sport and health and obesity, all of those things are very important to these young folks that are growing up.
If I was a kid right now, this rink would be a platform for dreams. Seeing Olympic rings on the wall when you walk in, seeing the events we have here every year, I think it just inspires kids. We are high performance by day because we have our U.S. national teams in here training the best athletes in our country every morning here. And we're recreation by night because the public comes in. All of our youth programs, our youth and adult hockey leagues, curling, adult curling.
Primarily, our mission is to engage people in the legacy, engage kids, engage families, engage adults in the activities that we have here. These are fun sports that we do up here. We've got extensive programs that really allow us to provide that access to people.
Mom, that was the coolest thing ever. Can we move to Utah? That's what I get all the time. I love that passion, I love that fire, I love the inspiration that comes out of these kids after they spend, you know, an afternoon or a whole day out on those jumps.
Well, Soldier Hall is a fantastic venue for biathlon because it has, you know, of course, the Olympic legacy, and it's situated right in the middle of a beautiful park, and we've got access to excellent trails and facilities. So you put all that together, and whether you're a brand new athlete or an aspiring Olympian, there's something for everybody.
The flame has never gone out here in Utah. We continue to not only train athletes, but we are busy with all sorts of activities. For a lot of the kids, it's a place to learn something new, to be with their friends, and to enjoy outdoor recreational sport.
All right, we are back with another interview within our FIL studio. And again, with these interviews, it's just a way to meet the people behind the track. So Jim Leahy, president of U.S. Luge Association, thank you for joining us.
No, it's my pleasure. I'm glad you guys are out here.
It's fun to be out here. It's fun to be back in America, too. How are you feeling about it?
It's fantastic to be back here in the States. You know, it's been 6 years since we've been in Park City. And it's been 3 years since we've been in the U.S. and specifically North America. So it's really great. You know, we have sponsor engagement. We have a cocktail party after the races here. We have over 200 people coming. So, you know, it gives the parents the ability to see their kids here in the States. So we're just really happy. And our kids are doing really well today.
Yeah, it's such when you say the parents being here and the event afterwards, I mean, talk about what it's like to be the president of an association whose sport is mainly in Europe. Like, are you up in the middle of the night watching all these races, or there's probably a lot of great parts of that and hard parts of that.
So, you know, I've been doing this job for the last 9 years now, and it is when we're in Europe, that 3 or 4 o'clock wake-up call to watch these races. Yeah, you know, we have a great staff. Our athletes are probably, from what we get from our sponsors, they're ideal. They're great spokespeople for our sport. So I'm just happy to be part of this. And I look forward to, as we're in the first year of the quad, hopefully in Italy in 2026.
That would be incredible, Italy 2026. So when you come, thank you so much, Britta. Oh, I don't have very good gloves today. We'll talk about these times in just a little bit. But when you get ready for this race, like how much work goes into it? Like how are we able to be here today? Because I know we only see the runs. So what's it like putting an event like this together?
It's an enormous task. We've got some great partners out here with the Utah Legacy Foundation, Colin Hilton, Callum Clark, and their staff. They've done a fantastic job. But this is a year in the making.
A year in the making.
It's a year in the making. You know, once you find out that you're going to be hosting an event, getting all parties together. You know, not only are we talking about the racing, we're talking about the hospitality, security, transportation. So there's a lot that goes behind the scenes. Even making sure that we've got enough fiber for TV. So yes, so it's a massive undertaking. The nice thing here is that everything's really confined to just the sliding facility. But this track over the last, or Park City over the last several weeks, has had speed skating here and international speed skating. Bobsled was in here 2 weeks ago. We've got Luge in here this week. So, you know, this track is you know, running on high octane. And the nice thing is we've got 2 facilities in the U.S. We're based in Lake Placid, New York. We're out here training in Park City. But you can't find 2 more beautiful spots in the U.S. than Lake Placid on the East Coast and Park City on the West Coast. Not shabby coming here for a while.
It's not a bad gig being out here right now. Beautiful blue skies. Can I ask you one more question? I think it's the question a lot of people I know, North American athletes, want to know is how can we get more World Cups here?
That is a
What's the secret?
The secret is persistence. And again, one of the things that we're responsible for is TV production, and it's an expensive proposition to do TV. But you know, we're going to find a way to get North America on a rotation. Dwight Bell, who was our previous chair of the board, is now general secretary of the FIL. He understands the challenges of becoming a global sport. So I think in the future you're going to see races in North America on an annual basis.
Okay, I love that. We heard it.
If not, I'm not going to be quiet about it.
Okay, great. You heard it here first, Jim Leahy, president of the USLA. I'm going to put that in writing.
Yes, and you know, earlier we were talking about how's your relationship with Beyonce. You know, in 2014, she was our darling in the Sochi
A has
Games.
been. I'll correct that to a has been. And now
Dancing along, and Beyonce sort of saying, I love this girl.
it's because my sliding wasn't good enough, so I had to make up for it with my dancing. So thank you for bringing up old memories. Tim, I think you're in the booth. I'm going to pass it to you now before we say more things that are going to embarrass ourselves.
All right, thanks very much, Kate. Has been Luger, but very current, outstanding studio host. It was an interesting point, Ludwig, about coming to North America, but let's not forget there are 3 tracks in Asia, and who knows when this tour will go back there, right?
Yeah, but it's difficult for every team because traveling around the world costs a lot of money.
It sure does. It's a long way to go. Hey, on a related question, I've got one for you. You are a father of 2. Deanna Eitberger, currently in the top 3 right now. She's a mom. Sasha Benniken. Chris Masder happens to be home, but there are a lot of parents. How hard is that?
Yeah, it's not that easy. Not that easy that a normal work. You can see special people a long time.
Well, we got run 2 coming up. And I'm going to give you a little break so you can call your kids. Yeah,
Okay.
Go call them before their bedtime back in Sioux Tyrol. This is the women's singles competition, but let's take a look at what happened yesterday. There were 3 races, 3 competitions, and it all began with the men's doubles. Toby and Toby, Vendel and Alt, the 6-time Olympic champions. They have 3 gold, of course, in the doubles competition, and they have 3 in the team competition. That really makes them among the winningest teams of all time in winter sports, 6 gold medals. They were coming down the track, trying to chase down the Americans, and they came through the 13-14 combination with the first place time. As you see, 1700ths up on the USA with 2 sleds remaining. It was a beautiful day. It was a cold day. This was all after lots of snow here in Utah over the past several days before. Now, Egert and Benniken. Tony Egert and Sasha Benniken lead the all-time standings with 52 World Cup champions, race wins, I should say, 6 overall season championships, and a couple of Olympic medals, bronze in 2018, silver in 2022. They have been battling the Tobys for years, and they are battling them once again on this track as they make their way down. Finish curve, in the lead, 43.250 for run number 2. With one remaining, it was Germany holding on to the top 2 spots. Off we go to the final sled. A young team from Austria, Gott and Schuff. They won the opening race on their home track in Innsbruck. You may recall 2 weeks ago at that track in Eagles, Austria swept the podium. Now they were looking to just get one on the podium and try to better the Germans once again. The World Cup leaders keeping it close, just 0.02 of a second back as they negotiate the final few curves. Would it be Germany? Would it be Austria? Gott and Schuff cross back one position in second place. So the victory yesterday goes to Egert and Benneken, Germany, Austria, Germany. And as part of a day where the USA just was off the podium with 3 fourth-place finishes, Di Gregorio's team was in 4th. Egert Benneken leading the way with the World Cup points. That's not taking into account the former sprint competition. If you put in that other race, it's Egert Benneken on top over Austria and Germany. Hey, nice video effect there, JT, as we move to World Cup number 3 in women's doubles. This is, of course, just the second year of women's doubles as part of the World Cup. They've had as many as 14 sleds in a race. That was at the World Championships last year in Winterberg, but this is the first season the women's doubles are competing in the main event on the same weekend at the same place as the men. And the Canadians, Nash and Corliss, who have been at it as a team for several seasons predating the World Cup, they come across with the lead, a couple of sleds still to come. Canadians will not be, but 3 remain. Now, Jessica Degenhardt, Cheyenne Rosenthal. They were the world champions, winning the race on that track in the Hochsauerland of Winterberg last year. They have yet to win a competition this year, but they have been on the podium in each of the first 3 races. Degenhardt out of Altenburg, Rosenthal out of Winterberg. 2 former singles competitors, Cheyenne, a World Cup podium winner a few years back in singles, and Degenhardt, a youth Olympic medalist. To the finish, they take the lead over Canada, 1 sled remaining. Again, this is action from yesterday in Park City, Utah. As we get ready for women's singles still coming up in a few minutes, run number 2 at Utah Olympic Park. 3 races yesterday, and in women's doubles, the final sled, Andrea Vetta and Marion Oberhofer of Italy. They won the race the weekend before in Whistler. They were also on the podium the opening weekend in Innsbruck. If anyone was surprised by their sudden success this year, they are no longer surprised as the Italians come uphill to the finish, and they do it with a first-place time. And this was no anomaly. This was clearly not just the fastest, but the best aesthetically looking run of the day. Andrea Vetter and Marion Oberhofer also compete in singles, but they have found their niche in doubles. Celebrations down at the flower ceremony, and a check at the World Cup standings. Italy leads the way over Germany, Austria, and then 3 USA teams. When you count the overall with the sprint points, the standings are still the same. Final race of the day yesterday, it was men's singles. This was certainly one of the most predictable races of the season. Unpredictable, I should say. Anything but predictable. David Gleicher had kind of a rough first run, but had certainly one of the better second heats when it mattered in the prime time, sub-zero temperatures. The Olympic champion from 2018, Gleicher. He's still been inconsistent, 4 years removed from that gold medal, and putting 2 runs together has been his biggest challenge. He didn't put 2 perfect runs together, but he was as good as anyone in run number 2 as Gleicher crosses into the lead. Now several sleds then went. No one could overtake Glacier, and we made our way down to the final few sleds of the competition. Olympic medalists, World Cup winners. Dominic Fischneller. He was in third after run number 1. Fischneller, a multi-time winner on the World Cup over the years, with 7 previous World Cup wins to go along with Olympic bronze medallion in Beijing. Fischneller, his trademark is smooth driving lines and an ability, an uncanny ability to figure out every track in the world. When he crossed, he had the lead, and he had a pretty big lead over David Glacier. So the question is, would he put the pressure on the next sleds to come? Felix Locke would be the second to last sled to make his way down the hill. Locke, the 2010 and 2014 gold medal winner for Germany. The Bavarian in great shape this year, coming off of a victory, career win number 50 last week in Whistler. And when he made his way down, would he overtake Fischneller? Good driving lines. Who had that sled set up? Who would be perfect at the bottom? It would be the Italian. As Locke could only muster the 7th best run, he did make his way onto the podium, but it would be Dominic Fischneller into the lead with 1 sled remaining, and that 1 sled was Josef Ninnis, a surprising first-run leader. As you see, Ninnis fell back 6 spots as the final sled down. The gold medal goes to Fischneller over Wolfgang Kindl and Felix Locke in the World Cup standings, and then adding the sprint, it's the Austrian Wolfgang Kindl leading the way. So Ludwig is texting his kids, not calling them, but Ludwig and I, you throw that headset back on. We're just a few moments away from the start of run number 2. Let's see. Yeah, we're on the air in just a couple minutes. You got 1 minute for this answer. Prediction: who's going to win this thing?
Eidberger was so good in the first run. I think she will make it.
All right, Diana Eidberger is his choice. I'm going to go with Julia Tobitz, but we'll see how it unfolds. Kate, on the finish deck to wrap up the studio show.
Coming up in just a second, I can hear the announcers giving us headway for the forerunners coming down. But before we get to it, I need to break down these times just for a minute with you guys, because I know what you're seeing on TV. You're just looking for the red and the green color in the bottom right of the screen. But let me show you or tell you what the athletes are thinking in between the runs. So I have times right here, and they're showing us 1st to 12. The back is behind. So from 1st to 3rd, it's less than a tenth. So we're going to wait for those last 3 sleds. It's going to be really tight racing. Less than a tenth is like, it's a lot of time, but not a lot at all. But Luge, time to the thousandth of a second, that's just going to be, we might see some shuffling between Germany, USA. And then from 4 to 7th, that's another chunk, okay? There's about a tenth of racing, or actually about 600th between those like 4 or 5 sleds right there. So we'll see another mix of shuffling. And then from 8 to 11th is about another like 10th between that block. So when athletes between runs, they're looking at this sheet and they're like, okay, who can I beat? Who's next? Or who's in front of me, and how many hundredths of a second do I need to be faster? And they're thinking, okay, my curve 14, I was a little late there, so that's a little time here. So they're analyzing their runs, trying to get ready for this second run so they can hopefully, we call it moving up the elevator, move up a few spots within this. So keep your eye out from the 11th sled. Once we get down to the 11th position into first place, it's going to be really tight racing in there. So everyone pay attention, grab your coffee, don't go anywhere, and make sure you check out these sleds because, yeah, people are going to be jumping around. And I could stare at these times for a while, but I won't bore you with more numbers. So anyways, we're going to need you guys to flip over to the other channel to get ready for our live feed of racing. This is it. This is the big kahuna, as we could say, the final run of the women's race, and then we'll have sprint afterwards. So everyone switch on over to our other YouTube channel and we'll see you there. All right, we're here after the race. Emily Sweeney taking silver on your home track. What's the feeling behind this and your whole family being here?
I mean, it's a great day for sure. And the sun is shining. My family's in the outrun cheering me on, and it was really good. I'm happy I could put together two pretty good runs, and I'm happy to be in second.
Did you think that would happen? The swap of Julia Talbot's 8,000ths of a second. 8,000ths of a second. Can you? I can't. You can snap.
Literally one blink of an eye. Like that's about how long it takes. So I knew we were super close. We were about 100th apart, so I knew it was possible, and we've done it before this season. So I knew I was just gonna have to throw down a clean run, and I'm happy I could.
Amazing. Congratulations on your home track. Celebrating tonight. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Yeah, you'll see me 2 more times today.
Oh, yeah. Perfect for the sprint. Okay, have fun. Thanks, Emily. We've got one more after. Diana's a little busy. She's with German TV right now, but what an incredible race. I was telling you, those top 3 women, they were going to have a quick change around that third to second, just 8,000ths of a second. Tim's right here. Can you even quantify 8,000ths of a second?
8,000ths of a second. How's that? That's the best I can do with my technical superlative knowledge. Hey, we're just trying to kill a little time because we got Deanna right behind us. We'd love to get her on the air before we
we have time? Are we?
I think we do. So if we got like if we get her done in like 4 minutes and she's live German TV, that's pretty important.
Okay, so we have about 4 minutes. What were you thinking watching those runs towards the end?
You know, Deanna earned this. She just was perfect.
And the emotion. She was emotional at the end. It just made me feel things.
That's right. And of course, there was a big hometown sentiment for Emily. It would have been her second career victory. But Deanna did everything she needed to, including the fast start, which she doesn't always do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I feel like with Germans, you can always expect them to do well. But I also was like, maybe there's a chance here because it's not her home track, like not as familiar. But I could just, with Julia Talbot's, I could see the disappointment. Like just being up here in bronze, she just was.
And she's been sick. So she's suffering from a bit of a cold. One of the big stories, I don't know if you saw it, is a lot of people wiped out, you know, trying to get up off of their sleds at the finish area. So,
which is like almost like an insult to injury. Also, people can get injured. Also, those booties have no traction on them at all.
By design, right. So, yeah, how you losers do this? The flat booties walking on ice in these tight speed suits when it's -5 degrees out.
Oh, it's terrible. But also from training to race day, the speed suits are about 2 times tighter. Sometimes you can't breathe in them. So it's like you're already so compact in there and it's hard to walk already. So when you're coming off the ice and then to slip, I mean, some of them I'm like, I hope they're okay because that can be so painful. And the sleds too, you don't want your steels to hit the bottom because people are walking all over that ice. So sometimes like there can be dirt on that ice and like it can mess up your runners. So it's the last thing you want to happen to your sled. So it's, I don't know, the athlete and the sled, both important. So
we're just killing time, Kate and I, because we got the race winner behind us. We'd love to bring her, and I think she just finished up with Margaret. So
we'll have to wait and see.
Smiling for the camera, Deanna. Can we bring you over here?
When she's done.
Congratulations.
Oh
I'll get out of the way. Here's
gosh.
the woman of the hour. Go,
Okay,
Kate.
wait. I saw some emotion towards the end of the run. Explain what the emotion is.
It's hard for me, and I think since I am a mom, I'm more emotional than before, and it means a lot to me to have such solid runs and such a good result. And this is all for the girls who dream about being a mom and doing their sport again. And yes.
Well, I really do feel emotional. Sorry, I can't even focus. I do feel emotional over what you're saying because so many women leave the sport to have children and are never able to make it back. So you really are doing it for so many females. And if they aren't watching this, we're going to make them watch this because your story is just incredible. I can't, anyways.
Yeah, there are a lot of moms. When I think about Natalie and also Ilana, they come back and show everyone that this story is possible, yeah.
Well, we're so happy for you. Congratulations. I'm sure we'll see this again towards the second half.
Yes.
Okay, we're excited. Congratulations. This is for all the moms out there. You can do it. Everyone can do it. Oh, do you have a message you want to send home to Levi? You can say it in German.
Oh, yeah. Have a good sleep.
That was good. Thank you so much, Diana. We'll see you later. Okay, so we have our sprint competition coming up in just a few not a few minutes. They got to prep the track. They got to get everyone ready. And some of these women have to go straight back to the top to get ready for their next race. So it's a packed day here at the Utah Olympic Park. So we will be back in about 15 minutes to prep you for the sprint race. And thank you for joining us on our FIL studio. And I just loved what Diana said. I'm going to have to sit with that for a second because she's just incredible. So anyways, that's it for now. We'll be back in about 15 minutes getting you ready for the sprint. everyone, and welcome to our FIL studio show. We are so excited to be here in Park City. It's so pretty. As you can see, it's an incredible place to be. This is Main Street right here. We're at the bottom of Main Street, home of the Sundance Film Festival, and of course here in Salt Lake City, we're the 2002 Olympics. So an incredible place to be. You can see Main Street is totally Christmased out. It's so fun and cute. There's so many restaurants and shops, and we've got a lot going on this weekend. So today we're going to jump into doubles and men's luge racing. But before we do that, we're going to go check out Park City. Come with me and we'll go check it out.
In winter's favorite town, alpine beauty is revered. Old charm is preserved. And fun is something we never run short of. Welcome to Park City, Utah. Naturally, winter's favorite town. Join the experience at visitparkcity.com.
So we've had a lot of fun racing this weekend. The last event we have is the sprint, and the sprint is going to be a little different today. So Tim and I, we had a chance to ask some athletes their thoughts about it. Tim's going to be commentating today, so he's going to give you all the details about it. But what did you get from these athletes? I can feel your excitement about it.
Not to sound like this is some big expose, but the sprint is kind of, at best, a mixed feeling event, and at worst, a controversial one for some of these athletes. It's really opened the door for some athletes to perform very well, and others, quite simply, just hate it. Here's a sampling of some of those comments.
I like it for sure because I'm fast in the track, and so that's for sure. I'm looking forward to the sprint also here. Yeah.
And what are your honest thoughts about sprint? Do you like it?
Yes, I like it.
I think it's a cool discipline. Maybe not that excited to watch.
I've never qualified for a sprint. I don't know. I don't enjoy it because I never get to race it, but we'll see. Maybe this is my week.
I think that another opportunity for a medal is great. Another discipline is awesome. I just think that it's not ideal that everybody can't race. It would be great to have another race that everybody can compete in.
It's a great competition for the men that are not the good starters. So we have a more competitive race. So it's a kind of funny sport. Yeah.
The start is my good part is the start. So it's not. Yeah.
It's good that we have a second race, but I think sprint is not. Nobody understands it. When you say sprint, everything, are you now running to the sled or what are you doing? I think we should change something.
I mean, I'm a starter. I like to start, but I think it's also cool to see how the people slide, and it's just more exciting if it's like so close together.
I don't understand the sprint. How does it work? Well, I don't know if you're fast or not. I can't explain. So I'm a good starter, but maybe this does not count, but you have to go fast in the track as usual, but it does not make sense to me.
I really like sprint. I only had one so far, but I'm not that good at the start, so I think more chances in the sprint.
It's cool to have another race mode, but I think there's still big space to make it better, I believe.
I mean, it's whatever. It's easy money.
I don't know about the sprint competition. It's it's not so easy to explain to the how do you say, to the people, and I love the team competition more.
I think, it's the same track, just a little bit shorter. It's nice to switch things up, but it's not very much of a switch in my.
It's horrible. That's my honest assessment. Well, I'll give you a good reason. I feel as a sport, we need to learn to think outside of our bubble and our family. We find plenty of things about the sprint interesting because we look for those little minute details, teeny little things. As lugers in the bubble, we get that. The viewer sitting at home, from my perspective, it looks just like normal racing, normal sliding. And so it's really just, I'm sure people watch it and go, well, they're just racing again. And that's basically what it is. So not a fan. I like to see something like the relay is fantastic. Totally different concept. It looks different. It feels different. Sprint, not so much.
It's a mixed feeling. Someone is very happy about the sprint. Somebody says, it's not so. But the most of the athletes, they feel good with the sprint.
I love the sprint. Yeah, I love because it's only like a one heat race, and yeah, if you have a good run, then you have a good result.
I don't love the sprint. I think it's kind of a stupid race. The format itself doesn't really lend to exciting racing. The average fan probably doesn't even know what's going on, and it kind of takes the physical aspect out of the sport.
Yeah, sprint is a different competition. I'm a really good starter, so for me it's not the best way to make the sprint because I lose the best part of my run time. I like it more with the door.
I think we should do something else.
Oh, I like the sprint. You don't have the starting part. And if anybody asks me how good I'm in a 100-meter run, I say, oh yeah, I just run the 60 meters. I'm faster than the others.
Love it. This was our favorite question to ask the athletes. Just the smattering of opinions was just fun to hear. But we're going to see them come down the track for the sprint competition. But Chris Masner, silver medalist from Pyeongchang, he's going to take us down the track right now. He's going to tell you all about it and what makes it so difficult and so fun.
Hello, my name's Chris Masner. Welcome to the 2002 Winter Olympic track here in Park City, Utah, surrounded by some of the most iconic ski resorts in the entire world. This track, depending on your discipline, is going to offer totally different challenges. For the men, the top 5 curves are arguably the most technical in the world. So if you don't play it safe, you're going to have some really big issues out of curve 2. For the women in doubles, this track is open, it's a highway, and it's forgiving. So you've got to take some risk. You've got to put your sled on edge and you've got to go for it. So, depending on which race you're going to see, it's a different strategy, but it's exciting every single time.
Masner has always so many good things to say about this track. It's his home track. He knows a lot about it. But we're going to head on in to our sprint race in just a little bit. It's going to be a lot of fun. So just remember, it's one single run. They got to go as fast as they can. And the start just doesn't count this time around. So we may see a little shuffling here, some different winners that we don't normally see. So stick around, grab a snack, and here's our sprint race coming right up. we just had our men's sprint come down. That was a quick race, and that got really tight racing within those time frames. That's why everybody, well, I mean, you saw earlier people's opinions of the sprint. Some people love it, some people hate it. I think people, the ones that do love it, love that it's just so quick and so fast, and there's only a little bit of time in between some of the athletes. So Dominic is right here. Who knows if he'll come talk to us, because it's been such a long race weekend. Usually athletes, by the time you get to sprint or the relay race, you just are ready to get on the plane and head home. But so we'll have to see if someone will come on up to us. But anyways, next up race, let's see what we have next. We've got our doubles race, our sprint men's and doubles. And this is just gonna rip right through. We're gonna go a men's run and then straight into the women's doubles run. And I just think about these women that like just race their World Cup and then to be straight onto a doubles race. I think it's just a lot going on. But I believe we have some of our commentators in the booth. Dominic has some fans to go talk to. He's got some friends here. But Tim, are you in the booth? What do you have?
Where else would I be, Kate? Yes, we hope you get Dominic. So JT, let us know if she does, because we'll throw it right back. We would much rather hear from the winner than our opinions, although yours matters, Elsa. So
No problem.
What'd you think of that first race?
I think it was quite an interesting race. People always say that the sprint is different. It gives people different opportunities, as we've said, with the people that don't typically have stronger starts being able to have good results. But as we said, we saw exactly the same flags on the podium as we did yesterday. So ultimately, if you're good at a track, you're good at the sprint and the main race. So I think it's quite a controversial race, to be sure.
Be interesting to see if it sticks around. It did not get accepted into the Olympic family, and there probably is room for some other new exciting innovation, which the relay was. That is arguably the most exciting race week in and week out.
Yeah, I know a lot of people enjoy the relay far more than they enjoy the sprint, and it would be interesting to see if maybe they do a move to have the team relay every week instead of just the sprint race alternating with it. But we'll see what they choose to do in the future.
Okay, Elsa, we've got much more coming up, but we understand that Kate is now at the finish line. Is she with Dominic? Go ahead, Kate.
All right, at the end of the sprint finish, we have Johnny Gustafson with Team USA finishing 4th, which is a major deal. You were riding up the elevator. I thought you were going to break into it. What were you thinking?
I kind of thought the same thing, but also in the back of my mind, this weekend USA has got a lot of 4th places. I think I just wanted to, join in and be with the team.
Yeah, you're such a team player.
Exactly.
That's so nice of you. It seems like, though, for men, the major issues are up at the top for M2. Was it the same for sprint for you?
I think so. For me personally, I had a little mistake there. I've been making it through mostly clean, so definitely could have been a little more clean, but with what I had there, definitely not complaining.
Wait, do you normally do well in sprint? Like, is sprint your event? Or remember, did we ask you your opinion on what sprint was? What did you say first? And then let's reconnect with what that was.
I believe I said I was quiet for a minute, and I said we should do something else.
Okay. And now we finished 4th, so now how do we feel? The same.
Yeah, probably still the same, honestly. I mean, don't get me wrong, it feels good to do good in this event and everything. It's still a weird event, to put it mildly.
Well, we get to add points to your overall, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Were you thinking you were going to do well today? And also, would you consider Park City your home track?
I wouldn't consider Park City my home track. Lake Placid's definitely my home track. As for if I thought I was going to do well, yesterday I did not have neither of my runs were pretty good, so I was mostly just focused on pushing position and having a good run and having fun, and it worked out, so I got to try and do that a little more.
Okay, well, I think that was fun because you got a lot of camera time. You were in the leader box, which is one of the more fun parts of Luge, I would say. Because people never get to see us without our helmets on, so.
That's true. It's, we get a little bit of helmet hair, but that's all right.
I thought you looked great. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on your 4th.
Thank you.
We'll have a good Christmas. We'll see you in Sigulda. Are you excited for Sigulda?
I am. I like Sigulda as a track. It's challenging. I haven't done well there before, but it's still really fun, and I'm excited for it.
Okay, cool. We'll see you there. Thank you so much. We do actually have the chance. We're going to have to swap you out. I'm so sorry. We have Dominic with us. We missed you because you were here yesterday, and it's just been a while.
Awesome to come back to you.
I know. So you're 2 for 2 in Park City.
Yeah.
Were you thinking that would happen here in sprint?
I mean, I felt confident today after yesterday's win, so I even had a better run today than yesterday, and I just like it here,
Do you like sprint normally?
I do. I really like the sprint event. It's nice. I feel like I warm up less because I feel the start is less important, so I just focus more on sliding and be relaxed, and I like it.
Because we asked a bunch of athletes, I don't know if we asked you or not, what people's opinions were on sprint, and we got a mixed review. We had some people who said it was a waste of time. Some people were like, I love it. So you're a fan.
I love it. I hope the sprint event stays like that, and let's keep going.
Okay, we'll pass that on to the FIL in case anything does change. But congratulations on today. You're staying here for Christmas, right? Spending time with the Sweeney family.
Yeah, correct. Like I'm staying here 4 more days, and then we're going back home.
Okay, and then we'll see you in Sigulda. And you like Sigulda?
I do.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm sure we'll probably have another interview just like this with a gold around your neck. Yeah?
I'm up for that.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Dominic.
Kate.
See ya. That's so fun. It's always nice when we get to talk to the winner. How blessed are we? Well, we are just getting ready for the women's competition. I believe that's going to be in about 15 minutes. But before then, we're going to send you on a little journey on the history of Luge and how we even came to be here in Park City. Here it is.
Do you know what it's like to ride down a mountain at 150 kilometers an hour on a small sled? Check this out. These daredevils on ice are speed junkies who use precision instincts to get to the bottom of these alpine tracks first, then look for the clock to see if they have won the race. Once every 4 years, that race could be an Olympic gold medal, something that would change their lives forever. Luge is a French word for sled, and its origins are debated. The first recorded use of the term luge dates back to 1905 and derives from the Savoy-Swiss dialect of the French word luge, meaning small, coasting sled. A world governing body for the sport first surfaced in the mid-1930s. An Austrian, Bert Isevich, established control of the sport in the 1950s, and they staged its first world championships in the sport in 1955 in Oslo, Norway. 2 years later, in 1957, the Federation International Luge was formed at a meeting in Davos, Switzerland. It applied for Olympic inclusion and was granted that for the 1964 Games in Innsbruck. At those Innsbruck Winter Olympic Games, the first ever gold medal in luge went to the GDR's Ortrun Enderlin. Luge was now an Olympic sport, and with competition comes heroes of the sport, and Germany has been home to most of those heroes. 8 different German doubles teams have won a total of 11 Olympic gold medals. German women have dominated luge more than any other country in any sport. Thanks to legends such as Steffi Walter-Martin, the Silkes, Kraushauer and Otto, and Natalie Geisenberger. The Deutsch Dames have won 33 out of 48 Olympic medals and once went over 11 years without losing any international races. For the men, Bavaria's Georg Hackl and his protege Felix Loch have captured Olympic gold 5 times. Hackel's duels with Austrian Markus Prock may be the best rivalry in the history of the sport. But despite the Germans' amazing success, historians look elsewhere when talking about the greatest champion in the history of luge. Italy's Armin Zogler, the South Tyrolean, has won 10 World Cup overall titles, 6 World Championships, and 6 medals in 6 consecutive Olympics. A record for any winter or summer individual Olympic sport. The athletes in the sport of luge come from a very diverse background. It's hard to believe that there's an athlete from India competing in the sport of luge, but Shiva Keshavan has represented his country in 6 Winter Olympic Games. Josef Fendt won a silver medal for West Germany at the 1976 Games in Innsbruck and went on to become the second ever president of the Federation International Luge from 1994 through 2020. Some athletes have won medals in multiple Olympic sports. Gerda Weissensteiner of Italy won a gold medal at the 1994 Winter Olympics in Lillehammer and then went on to win a bronze medal in women's bob at the 2006 Winter Olympic Games in Torino. Susie Erdmann of Germany won a silver medal in Lillehammer, and then she also went on to win a women's bob bronze medal at the 2002 Winter Olympic Games in Salt Lake. The sport of luge has produced many family combinations who have won Olympic medals and world championships. The Neuner sisters from Austria, Doris and Angelika, won the gold and silver medal at the 1992 Winter Olympic Games in Albertville. The Tobias brothers of Germany, Wendell and Arlt, have won 4 Olympic gold medals in doubles and team at the 2014 and 18 Winter Olympic Games. Markus Prock of Austria was a dominant figure in the sport, winning 2 world championships and 3 Olympic medals, and now his young daughter Hannah competes. Albert Demchenko of Russia won 2 Olympic silver medals and now gets to coach his daughter Victoria, who won a bronze medal at the 2020 World Championships in Sochi. Armin Ziegler is considered one of the greatest of all time in luge, and now his daughter Nina is carrying on the family tradition. The Sick brothers of Latvia have won multiple Olympic and World Championship medals. The Linger brothers of Austria won 2 Olympic golds and 1 silver and multiple World Championship medals from 2002 through 2014. The Schiegel cousins of Austria won 6 World Championship medals, including 2 golds in 1996 and 97. There are 4 Uber brothers of Italy, and between them they have won multiple gold and silver medals in doubles luge at Lillehammer in 1994, and their brother Gunter went on to a gold medal in Nagano in bobsledding. They all have won an individual world championship title in their careers. At the Olympic Games, only 4 nations have won gold medals in the sport of luge, including Germany, Italy, Austria, and Russia. But at the World Championships, there are multiple nations also on top of the podium. Norway won its gold medal in 1955 in Oslo, as Anton Salvesen was the best in the world. Poland has won 4 World Championship titles. Jerry Wozner won the World Championships twice in 1958 and again in 1961. And in 1970, Barbara Pichetta won in Königssee. And the doubles team of Jankowicz and Kudisa won the doubles title in Imst in 1963. Switzerland has won 2 luge golds at the World Championships. The first was at Girenbad in 1961 when Elizabeth Nagli walked away with the world title. And then again in 2016 when Martina Kocher won the inaugural sprint world title in Königssee, Germany. The USA has won 2 World Championship titles, with Wendell Suko winning in Calgary in 1993, and Erin Hamlin in Lake Placid in 2009, and she also added a sprint title in Innsbruck in 2017. Canada's only title was at Lake Placid in 1983, when Miroslav Zanik won the men's gold. There have been many technology advancements in the sport over the years, especially in the sleds. Luge racing has come a long way from the original sleds to the high-tech spaceships of today that use modern wind tunnels to find 1,000th of a second. This is a good example how far the sport has come since its inception. But there has also been some radical technology gimmicks over the years. One of the most famous were the coneheads of the 1976 Games. It was debuted by the West Germans, but after the Games was disallowed because of danger considerations. The tracks have also changed from the natural tracks of the first 3 Olympics, but the most important breakthrough was the artificially cooled track first built in Königssee, Germany in 1969. This changed the sport totally, and at the 1976 Games in Innsbruck, the first ever competition on these artificial tracks took place. 1977 marked the start of the World Cup, which is contested on most of the artificial tracks in the world, and once every decade, an appearance on the St. Moritz natural track. But separately, there is a natural track luge competition circuit, which provides a look into the past and the grassroots of the sport that has been around for generations. These pictures speak for themselves. Team Luge became a full Olympic medal sport in 2014 in Sochi and involves 3 sliding disciplines of women's, men's, and doubles in a relay format where the next sled does not start until the team at the bottom hits the paddle. It has become a very popular TV sport. The sprint race was launched in 2008. Basically, the run does not start when the loser leaves the start house, and usually it is triggered 200 meters down the track, emphasizing more of the speed of the athlete and not the start. All 3 disciplines, men's, women's, and doubles, are competing in this sport. As of 2020, it is not an official Olympic sport. The past, present, and future of this sport is impressive, from the sleds of old to the high-tech rockets of today. Then there are the athletes themselves, who come from all walks of life and lots of family combinations. Some call luge the oldest winter sport. Some call it the fastest sport on ice. But for sure, it is a sport of thrill seekers who all have similar goals. Represent your country at an Olympic Winter Games, and if possible, win an Olympic gold medal. For more information on the sport of luge, contact the FIL.
All right, we have our sprint doubles coming up. It's going to be all the men, 15 sleds of the men, and then straight into the women's, about 8 sleds for the women. And mind you, I mentioned it earlier, some of these women were racing earlier today, or excuse me, yeah, it's been such a long weekend. There's just so much sliding happening. So some of these women already raced singles today, and they raced yesterday. So it's just these women that are doing both singles and women's, I just have so much respect for them. So they will be coming up in just a second. And again, the sprint, a little different. They don't count the start. It's just go as fast as you can. So because the times are smaller, the 1,000th of a second really matters, so it gets really exciting towards the end. So everyone stick around. Switch on over to our other feed to watch our live racing. We have men's first, women's next, and then we'll finish with our sprint for the women's. Been a long weekend here, but have so much fun with watching this doubles race. listening to the Austrian anthem for women's sprint. Incredible racing from our women's discipline in sprint. These girls are trying to get out immediately. The Italians already left. Maybe we'll get a word with the Austrians, the winners. That got really close. Down to the end. Again, with sprint, it just gets so tight with that racing. But reminder, it's been such a long weekend of racing for these athletes, and a lot of them are just ready to get on the plane and head home for Christmas. They only get about a week or a few days, about a week or 10 days of a break before they have to head back to Sigulda to go after Christmas. So there's not really a lot of time for them, so they're just kind of ready to get out. We'll see what we can get. They may just be heading straight into the finish house because it's just been a long day. But also, one part of traveling for these athletes is they have to go, it's called packing boxes. So when they leave, they can't just bring their sled straight onto the plane. They have to dismantle their sled. They put it in these huge boxes, like, I don't know, maybe like 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and that's how they ship all of these sleds everywhere around the world. So they have to go get those ready because they got to get them back in time for them to race for the next race. Well, yeah, if there's people to talk to, we would love that. We'll see if they bring some people out. I wish I had like an iPad so you guys could, I could see all the questions that you're asking, so we could just like, you know, see what you guys have been watching and listening to. But I think for me, some of my takeaways from this weekend is a lot of these athletes love being in the States. They wish that the FIL would come and slide here more often. I think there's a little, it's not a redundancy, I wouldn't say, but they just slide so often on those German tracks that it's interesting for them to come try out something new. But what do we have in the booth? Tim, are you there for me?
Always here, Kate, always here. And with Elsa, we've got one more race to go, so let's just talk really quickly about that, and hope Kate maybe can grab a quick interview. But we've got Tobitz, we got Sweeney, we got Eitberger. They were the 3 medalists earlier today in women's singles. How do you see this unfolding?
I mean, it is so close between some of these top athletes. Emily obviously has a huge amount of experience on these American tracks, and hopefully will be able to put down a really solid run. It's really nice to see Diana getting a medal. I know she's struggled to come back after having her baby a couple of years ago, so it's great to see her at the top. Obviously for Emily, the challenge will be she's just competed in the doubles, so she's got to get back to the top and get ready to go.
Okay.
So we'll see how she does.
I'm going to cut you off there because we have word that Kate has a guest. Elsa and I will be back with the final race in just a moment. Kate?
Okay, we have our winners with us from the women's sprint. Egla and Kip, congratulations. That was such a close finish. How are you feeling after that?
I'm really released after yesterday. We had 2 bad runs, and now I'm just glad we could have a good run today, a clean run. And it paid off.
Well, you did great. And Egla, I saw there were some difficulties. Are you walking okay today? You're so strong for coming back and sliding. Luge is so tough.
Yeah, it's an incredible feeling that that it was now a really good run after yesterday. It was really painful yesterday, but thank you especially to my physiotherapist. He gave everything to make me better, and I'm better now. Thank you.
And are you guys excited going into Sigulda? You have some time off for Christmas. Thank goodness. I bet you are tired. Are you excited for Sigulda?
Well, so now I'm just glad to go home, enjoy Christmas. And yeah, but I'm also excited for Sigulda. It's a difficult track. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, and one thing you want to say to all the fans at home in German, you can say anything you want. All the English speakers won't know what you're saying.
Ja, ein großes Dankeschön an meine Family, an unsere Families. Ja, Grüße an die Heimat. Ich freue mich schon riesig, dass wir heimkommen. Wird jetzt mal Zeit und ja, freue mich schon riesig.
Danke an alle fürs Daumen drücken.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Ich gratuliere dir und wir sehen uns after Christmas.
Yeah,
We'll see. Wait, are you doing singles?
Yeah.
So you have to go up? Oh.
In Sigulda.
Okay, good. Lucky. So you can rest. You can rest now. Okay, great. Wonderful. Well, there you go. Thank you guys. Good luck in control. I got word that they were in control. So remember that button I was talking about where you get the red light, the green light. So they got the red light. So they have to go back there and get everything checked out to make sure that they're not overweight. But we have one more race coming up, our women's discipline. He was so loud, I got distracted. So we saw Andy Futter and Marianne Obenhofer. They immediately got on the truck, headed to the top, as well as Summer Britcher and Emily Sweeney. So we have one more race for you guys, 15 more sleds. So just sit tight. We're going to have you switch over to the other feed in just a little bit, but it's going to be fun racing. But this will be the last for Park City, and we don't know when we'll be back here. So we'll see you guys soon, and switch on over to watch the race. the German national anthem for Julia Taubitz. Here are your top 3 for women's sprint. Julia Taubitz, Diana Eitberger, and Brittany Arndt. Gold, silver, and bronze. Can I steal you?
Yes.
For a second?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm gonna take this off.
This is a major deal.
Yeah.
This is like a major deal. Okay, are we ready for this interview? Because this is awesome. So this was your first sprint, right?
No, I've been in like maybe 3.
Maybe 3.
Yeah.
So the fact that this could be your 4th and you landed on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, home track, I knew it was possible today, but I was just like, I need to make it down the track. I need to just like be happy with my runs, and I was happy with the race today. And then, yeah, I mean, I didn't expect this, but I'm so happy.
How did the run go exactly? Was it like one of your better ones, or was it just you kind of, you know, sometimes you have okay runs and make it through, but it sounded like it was a great run for you.
Yeah, it was a good run. I had a skid in 4, but it didn't, you know, I mean, timing hadn't started yet. It didn't slow me down a lot. So, yeah, it was a good run. I'm happy.
I guess that's where sprint works out for you, because the start technically doesn't count, so it was more just speed. But how does it feel to have this happen in front of all your friends and family?
I'm so happy. I mean, I have a bunch of family from Wisconsin that came out, and my family that's here is here, and all my friends. So I'm happy. It's great to be in front of a home crowd.
It's probably the glitter that did it, huh?
It's definitely the glitter. It makes you go faster.
The glitter gang does it all. Well, you're already home. This is your home track, so you'll be here for Christmas, and then we're headed to Sigulda. How are you feeling about that?
I'm excited. I mean, I've had a lot of training there, and I know I have the potential to be quick, so I'm excited.
Okay, well, this is a good thing to come off of with a bronze. Congratulations. If you couldn't hear on camera, America was just freaking out for Arndt. Everyone's just so happy for you. So go have fun, enjoy your time. Congratulations. I'm just so happy for you. This is so cool. Congratulations.
All right.
We'll go, Yulia. Hey, girl. Oh my gosh, bring it in.
Thank you very much.
I feel like you seem happier after this run than from earlier today.
Yeah, of course, but I'm really sick, so I'm so happy the day is over and I can go home and just relax.
How in the world are you able to do this and be sick at the same time? How does that work?
I love to luge, and so I go down and just do luge, and now I'm happy that's over.
Just think about this: when normal people are sick, sometimes they can't get out of bed, but you still go 70 miles an hour down a track that is wild. How was your run for sprint?
The run was really good. The start was not so good, but the rest was really cool. And really, I lay on the sled and I just relax and think, yeah, that's the last run here in Salt Lake City, and I enjoy it so much. And now I have a gold, and that's so pretty.
Sometimes that's what it takes, right? There's so many runs, and you're just ready to go home, and that's when you slide your best. That's so cool.
Yeah, I think so. No?
Are you excited to head to Sigulda after Christmas?
Yeah, of course. I like Sigulda. I slide there really nice. Gerne. Sorry.
Yeah.
But there we are 2 weeks. Yeah, we will see, but I like Sigulda.
Okay, cool. Is there anything you want to say to everyone watching from home in German?
Yeah, I wish you a really nice Christmas. And
say it in Deutsch.
Also in Deutsch, ja. Ganz viele Grüße nach Hause, wer auch immer jetzt noch wach ist. Vielen, vielen Dank. Eine tolle Weihnachtszeit und einen guten Rutsch.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Congratulations,
Thank you very
Julia.
much.
We will be seeing her in Sigulda again. Tight racing and big deal for American Brittany Arndt. This is why sprint, sprint has been the topic of the day. People feel one way about it, people feel the other way about it, but for American Brittany Arndt to get into bronze medal position is a big deal and just very exciting. And it was just loud here at the finish. It's so fun to have a hometown crowd and hear something a little different. Well, we'll see if there's some more people coming up. We might grab some of these Germans. Maybe the boys will come up. They were up at the top for a little bit and then they just headed down. Tim, what did you think about all that?
I think you did an amazing job standing here in the cold all weekend. No, this was a great race. Actually, let's put a ribbon on the sprint story we talked about at the beginning of the program. You know, not everyone loves it, but this was kind of exciting the last hour and a half, wasn't it?
Yeah, I feel like it can play, like it's just a moment sometimes for the athletes that we don't normally see do well, which I think is maybe the part that we should focus on for the sprint,
Yep,
you know?
for sure. It's not going anywhere, at least this season. Let's see if we can get the boys over here.
Or German coach, Luck.
Or Norbert.
Oh my gosh, Norbert! Können wir sprechen? No. No? Okay, maybe later. Später. He was over it. Oh yeah.
There's interview.
Join. Yes, interview really quick. You went one. You guys are so used to winning gold and silver. Does it ever get boring?
No, we are young enough for this.
There's still 10 years time for this.
Yeah. So that means no younger Germans will come up because you'll be winning every race.
No chance, no chance.
No chance. No chance.
Like as long as the younger
catch us.
Catch us.
As long as they catch. Okay. Well.
When we are going with the wheelchair on the start, it's no problem. You know?
We go with the wheelchair. I love it. Well, you guys head home for Christmas, and then we go to Sigulda. Do we like Sigulda? Or are we faster than the young guys?
We do like Sigulda. Yeah, we love it. Yeah, it's pretty nice there.
Amazing track, and I think for us it's also good. We have more experience than here, so we are happy for that.
I feel like you guys were you love Sigulda so much. Were you a part of switching Lillehammer to Sigulda then? Did you pay someone off for that? Are you sure?
No, no, we didn't pay, but we like the decision.
Okay, great. So obviously the Germans are stoked to be in Sigulda for 2 weeks. Well, congratulations on the weekend and for sprint. And
but you know what?
We have also 2 times Winterberg.
So did you pay that off too? That was
no. We have to pay for that they will cancel this.
Oh, you had.
We pay for Königssee that they rebuild it.
Oh, that would be
maybe
nice.
they can make a World Cup in Oberhof in case of Winterberg. But
So if they could do a championship in Oberhof and a World Cup. When that happens, I know that you two were behind the scenes. Okay,
yes.
perfect. Thank you guys so much.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Wait, do you want to say anything to your people at home in German?
in German, ja, liebe Grüße nach Hause und wir freuen uns schon. Morgen kommen wir heim.
Ja, frohe Weihnachten. Wir sehen uns im neuen Jahr beim Weltcup in Sigulda.
Can you guys sing something in German for us? You know, like, is there like a German folk song? Like, can we?
A pop song.
Yeah.
song.
I'm not a singer.
Okay, Tony's not a singer.
Ja.
Oh, du Fröhliche, oh, du Selige, gnadenbringende Weihnachtszeit.
Wow, everyone's clapping at home. That was incredible. Thank you so much. That was special. We're gonna cut that.
The translation under the.
Yeah, we'll put subtitles for you. Okay, perfect.
And Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations. We'll see you next year in Sigulda. That's it for us for this weekend. Crazy weekend. Goodbye, guys. Oh, thank you. They're not very warm, but thank you so much. Nope, not warm at all. Okay, that was incredible. Maybe we can get them to do that every race. That was so fun. Thank you so much for joining us this week on the FIL studio. We brought a lot of coverage to you guys, hopefully making Luge seem just a little bit more interesting. You got to see a whole bunch of personalities and a lot of racing, but we're going to go home for Christmas. It's time. These guys are tired. We've been on the road for 3 weeks now, and we will see you back in Sigulda in Latvia, where I believe it's colder than here, which is hard to imagine. So anyways, everyone, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year's. We'll see you after Christmas, and we'll see you in Latvia. Bye, guys.